Hello there, my sleepy fellows. Come, find your place beside the fire. Let the day's worries slip quietly away. You are most welcome in this quiet corner of Middle-earth, where stories drift like the evening mist, and time flows gently, like a silver stream in spring. Tonight, we begin our tale not in shadowed halls, nor war-torn realms, but in the soft embrace of twilight that blankets the Shire. The sun has dipped below the green hills, and the last of the golden light lingers on the thatched rooftops. Smoke curls lazily from Hobbit chimneys, and crickets sing beneath the hedgerows. A gentle hush rests over the land, broken only by the distant hoot of an owl and the soft rustle of leaves. It is here, in the peaceful heart of Middle-earth, that we begin to remember the long path of Gandalf the Grey, the wise wanderer who knew both laughter and loss, the firelight and the darkness beyond it. For even the most wondrous journeys may begin in stillness, with a single breath and a quiet calling from far away. So close your eyes if you wish, and let us begin the story together, slowly, gently, as all good stories do. As you settle in, dear sleepy fellows, I invite you to drift further into the comforting rhythm of the world that once was, the ancient lands of Middle-earth, where every tree holds memory and every stone has a tale to tell. Tonight's story carries us deep into the winding histories of dwarves and wizards, of long-forgotten halls and songs echoing in shadowed stone. It is a story of quiet courage, of wisdom cloaked in gray, and of choices made in silence that shape the fate of many. Our tale follows none other than Gandalf the Grey, the ever-wandering Istar, whose path has crossed many lands and hearts. Before the Fellowship, before the battle with the Balrog, there was a time when Gandalf walked the lonely road toward Khazad-Dûm, Moria, the Dwarven, the lost city of dwarves buried beneath the mountains. It is a journey few have known and fewer still have spoken of. And tonight, in the hush of starlight, we will walk that path with him. We shall see the peaceful moments before the journey began, the stillness of the Shire, the winds over the Misty Mountains, and then follow the trail of mystery and memory into the depths of stone. There, in the quiet halls beneath the earth, whispers of the past rise like mist, and the secrets of Khazad-Dûm begin to reveal themselves. But fear not, this journey, while filled with shadow and wonder, is one told softly. There are no loud clashes, nor rushing perils here, only the calm unfolding of story, like petals opening beneath the moonlight. Every moment is wrapped in peace, each scene a gentle lullaby to guide you toward rest. If you find comfort in these stories, if the world of elves and wizards and the songs of old bring you warmth, then do consider staying a while. You may like to follow this tale and those yet to come. Simply close your eyes, perhaps give a quiet like or follow, and join us again beneath the stars. Now, take a deep breath, let your thoughts drift gently, and let the tale begin. In the lands west of the Misty Mountains, where the sun filters through swaying golden leaves and birds hum soft lullabies in hidden groves, the quiet presence of one figure moved like a whisper through the world, Gandalf the Grey. clad in his worn gray robes, with a tall pointed hat ever tilted slightly against the breeze. Gandalf bore the appearance of an old wanderer, the kind who might pause for a smoke beneath a tree or tell a tale to a child sitting by the fire. His long beard, white as mountain snow yet tangled from travel, framed a face both gentle and ageless, with the eyes that shimmered faintly, as though holding the light of stars too ancient to name. He carried a gnarled wooden staff, not for command, but as a steady companion, one that knew every hidden path and distant horizon. Most knew him as a simple conjurer, a teller of tales, or a kindly guest who never stayed too long. But few truly knew his purpose. Fewer still had glimpsed the hidden flame behind his gaze, the quiet force that watched over the free peoples, that guided with a whisper rather than a shout. For Gandalf was more than he seemed, one of the Astari, sent from the undying lands of Valinor to Middle-earth, bearing a mission wrapped in patience, humility, and hidden strength. He loved quiet things, the laughter of hobbits, the scent of pipeweed, the warmth of a hearth on a windy evening. And yet, even in his moments of peace, Gandalf always felt a quiet tug, a sense that somewhere in the roots of the world, something needed watching, guiding, mending. It was not urgency that stirred him, but an old knowing, a trust in the slow unraveling of time and the paths he must walk. Our tale begins not with a clash or a cry, but in stillness. Gandalf stands upon a hillside just outside the Shire, watching the western sky melt into hues of violet and rose. Smoke curls from the chimneys of hobbit homes in the valley below, and the soft murmur of frogs and crickets begins to hum through the air. But Gandalf's gaze is turned eastward, beyond the hills, beyond the woods, to the towering spine of the Misty Mountains, and beneath them to something older still, Khazad-Dûm. Long had he heard whispers of the lost Dwarodelf, the once great kingdom of Durin, now buried in darkness and silence. What secrets slept beneath those stones? What remnants of forgotten ages waited, unheard and unseen? Gandalf did not know what drew him now toward the mountains, only that he must go. And so, dear sleepy fellows, it is there that we begin, not in battle or grandeur, but in the heart of a quiet wanderer, following the soft thread of purpose through twilight. Let us walk gently with Gandalf, listening as the wind carries secrets from the east, and the journey quietly begins. In the heart of the peaceful lands of Middle-earth, where the air smelled of dew-soaked grass, and the sky glowed softly in the early mornings, Gandalf's days passed like leaves drifting upon a gentle stream. Though a wizard of deep power and purpose, his daily life was marked by quietude, rooted not in spells or battles, but in observation, patience, and the slow weaving of unseen threads. Each morning began with the rustle of his long robes as he stepped outside the modest cottage he had borrowed on the edge of the Shire. He would light his pipe with a small flick of his thumb against the tip of his staff, more habit than magic, and wander into the dew-covered fields where wildflowers bloomed in unarranged harmony and birds fluttered low over golden barley. Gandalf moved like one listening to the heartbeat of the world. He would pause often to watch ants carry crumbs along mossy stones, or to gently trace runes on old stones half sunken into the earth. The hobbits nearby knew him as the curious old man who asked about the songs their grandmothers used to hum and who chuckled deeply when little ones recited riddles. Inside his cottage, stacked neatly on a low wooden shelf, lay a collection of parchment maps, some old and curling at the corners, others inked with fresh markings. Gandalf studied these with care, muttering to himself as he traced rivers and mountain passes. His fingers often paused over the shape of the Misty Mountains, and his eyes would narrow, thoughtful and far away. Inside his cottage, stacked neatly on a low wooden shelf, lay a collection of parchment maps, some old and curling at the corners, others inked with fresh markings. Gandalf studied these with care, muttering to himself as he traced rivers and mountain passes. His fingers often paused over the shape of the Misty Mountains, and his eyes would narrow, thoughtful and far away. It was during these quiet studies that something shifted. At first, it was only a breeze. One afternoon, as he sat beneath a tree with a kettle warming over a fire, the wind picked up, cooler than it should have been for late summer, and carrying with it a smell he hadn't known for centuries. It wasn't unpleasant, merely strange, a faint scent of deep stone, metal, and forgotten heat. The same breeze stirred the pages of an old dwarvish tome beside him, flipping it open to a passage describing Durin's day and the doors of Moria. The coincidence lingered like the smoke from his pipe, curling through his thoughts. Later that week, while walking the low hills west of Bree, he came upon a cluster of wildflowers blooming out of season, bright blue blossoms with silver-edged petals. He knelt to examine them and found the soil warmer than the surrounding ground. A sign of old magic, perhaps, or just an echo of the world remembering something deep beneath. And then came the hum. One evening, as Gandalf sat watching the stars emerge one by one, he heard it. A sound so soft it might have been imagined, a deep, melodic vibration that seemed to hum from the very stones beneath his boots. He rose slowly, stepping off the stone path into the tall grass, and laid his hand to the ground. There it was again, a resonance, low and slow, like a slumbering voice murmuring in dreams. It held no words, no threat, only a presence, old, forgotten, patient. That night, Gandalf stood long before his fire, stirring it with his staff, watching sparks leap like tiny spirits into the air. He was thinking of the Balrog, of the dwarves of Khazad-Dûm, of Mithril, of Durin's Bane. No one had dared the darkness of Moria in decades, perhaps centuries, but the world whispered again, and Gandalf, who had lived long enough to know the weight of such whispers, could not ignore them. In the days that followed, his quiet routines remained the same on the surface. He still walked the hedgerows, still listened to the chatter of hobbits and the distant cry of hawks. But in his study, he began pulling old scrolls from the depths of his traveling satchel. He laid them out across his table, piecing together forgotten routes and abandoned waymarks. He copied down verses in Elvish that spoke of the westward winds and the silent watchers beneath the mountain. A letter arrived one morning, delivered by a quick-footed ranger who didn't linger. It bore the seal of Elrond of Rivendell and contained but a single line. The darkness in the deep stirs again. Be watchful, Mithrandir. Gandalf stared long at those words, the firelight flickering in his eyes. He closed the letter gently, like a priest handling a sacred text, and walked to the window. Far in the distance, half shrouded in morning mist, the outline of the Misty Mountains rose like a wall against the sky. Their snow-capped peaks were golden with sunrise, but their valleys were dark with shadow. From that moment onward, Gandalf's every movement carried a deeper stillness. The mystery had taken root. A quiet thread of curiosity had begun to pull him eastward, deeper into the past, deeper into the stones of forgotten places. One evening, as he packed a worn leather satchel with maps, dried herbs, and a small bundle of fire-starting flints, he whispered to himself, "There are questions only the stone remembers." He would not tell the hobbits of his plans. Not yet. It was not a journey for the telling, not when so much remained wrapped in silence, but in his eyes burned a quiet certainty. And so, with the sun dipping behind the hills and the first stars beginning to glimmer in the sky, Gandalf took a final stroll through the garden, brushing his hand along the lavender and the mint. The world was still, but underneath it all, the mountain called, and in the heart of Middle-earth, something began to awaken. The skies above the hills of Eregion deepened into indigo as twilight melted into night, and the stars began to pierce through like tiny, ancient eyes watching from far beyond. Gandalf moved along a winding trail that skirted the western edges of the Misty Mountains. The grass, once lush and sun-warmed, now whispered beneath his feet, cool and quiet under the pale moonlight. There was a stillness in the air, not of absence, but of expectancy. The hush before something ancient stirred. Gandalf paused beneath a leaning rowan tree. The wind shifted again, faint but unmistakably different. There, beneath the rustling leaves, he caught the scent once more, that same strange blood of earth and ember, as if fire had once walked the very soil and left its memory behind. He knelt, fingers brushing the ground. The soil here was dark, almost black, and dusted with glittering specks, perhaps mica, or perhaps something far rarer. His hand lingered on a moss-covered stone at the base of the tree. It was shaped too perfectly to be natural, its curve almost architectural, like a forgotten corner of an old staircase. And then he heard it again, a sound, soft and melodic, but not made by any bird or breeze. It rose like a murmur of song beneath the surface of the world, low, rhythmic, and utterly ancient. Gandalf held his breath, letting the music wash over him. It was the kind of sound that seemed to come not through the ears, but through the bones. The melody faded as quietly as it had arrived. He stood, glancing toward the rising face of the mountains. The trail that had once seemed vague and crumbling now appeared more defined, still subtle, but unmistakably worn with age. It curved upward, veiled in mist and mystery, disappearing into the darkness like a dream slipping just out of reach. As he walked, The trees thinned. The land grew rockier, the sky above wider and brighter with stars. He passed a circle of standing stones, weathered and leaning inward, their surfaces etched with faint dwarvish runes long eroded. He touched one gently. It vibrated ever so slightly under his hand, as if it remembered voices once spoken in reverence. Further ahead, he encountered an old bridge, just a plank of wood, damp with moss and leaning dangerously, but beside it grew a flowering shrub, completely out of season. Its blooms were deep blue, and tiny sparks of light flitted among the petals like living fireflies. When Gandalf leaned closer, he found the shrub humming softly, in harmony with the earlier song. There was magic here, quiet and old, buried so deeply in the land that only those who listened with their whole spirit could perceive it. A few miles beyond, the path bent around a cliff face where a small hollow opened into a sheltered glade. Here, fireflies danced in such number that the entire space shimmered like starlight made flesh. And in the center, half buried in roots and lichen, stood an ancient stone arch, broken at the top, its twin pillars entwined with ivy. Gandalf approached slowly. As he neared the arch, the temperature dropped slightly, not cold, but hushed. A soft wind stirred the ivy, revealing faint elvish script, words so worn they could barely be read, but Gandalf, ever the scholar, recognized the cadence. Where song meets stone, silence remembers. He sat there for a while, staff resting across his knees, pipe forgotten at his side. All around him, the air pulsed softly, as though this glade had a breath of its own. It reminded him of Lothlorien, of Rivendell, of those sacred places where memory and presence lived as one. Eventually, the arch dimmed again, the energy fading like the last notes of a lullaby. Gandalf whispered a quiet thanks and rose. Not long after, as the moon passed its peak and began its slow descent, Gandalf came upon the edge of an old forest, its trees gnarled and close together, their branches tangled like the beards of ancient dwarves. Just before the tree line, he saw it, a single raven perched atop a weathered stone post. Its feathers gleamed like polished obsidian, and its eyes glowed with a faint, silvery light. "Ah," Gandalf murmured with a slow smile, "I thought I might find one of your kind." The raven tilted its head, but did not flee. Ravens, in times long past, had been allies of the dwarves, messengers of the kings under the mountain. If one had lingered here, it meant this land still held the echoes of that forgotten kinship. He stepped forward, and the bird opened its wings, not to fly, but to stretch, revealing a necklace of small polished stones woven into its feathers. One stone, Gandalf noticed, bore the faint shape of a hammer. "Durin's mark," he breathed. The raven gave a single croak and fluttered to a nearby branch. Gandalf followed. The bird led him to a hidden cleft in the rock, narrow but deep. At first glance, it appeared no different than any of the countless fissures lining the mountainside, but as Gandalf stepped into its shadow, the temperature shifted again. Warmer this time, alive. Inside the cleft, etched into the stone just beyond human sight, were faint lines of blue light. Not painted, not carved, but glowing gently from within the rock itself. He raised his staff, letting its light grow just slightly. The lines connected like threads of a tapestry, forming a symbol, the Star of Fëanor, but altered, enclosed in a crown of 7 stars. It was a message. "Gandalf," a voice whispered, not aloud, not from behind or before, but within the stone itself, as if memory had taken voice for a moment. He touched the symbol gently, reverently. "I hear you," he said softly. "I'm listening." Then, as quickly as it came, the light dimmed. Outside, the raven cawed again, once, sharply. Gandalf stepped back out into the cool air. The bird had gone, but in its place, on the stone post, sat a single feather, dark with a blue shimmer, laid neatly across a rune stone, bearing the word Dûm, the dwarvish word for halls or depths. Gandalf placed the feather into the folds of his cloak. He did not yet know the full truth of what waited within Moria, but he felt it now, growing beneath the ground, like roots of a tree deeper than time. Whatever this mystery was, it was no mere echo. It was reaching, awakening, waiting. And he was no longer merely curious. He was called. The hours passed slowly, as they often do in places touched by ancient memory. Gandalf's path had led him deep into the shoulders of the Misty Mountains, winding through ravines and ancient dwarf trails known now only to the wind and the stars. The moon rode high, casting a silvery glow over the jagged stones and creeping ivy, while the air held the crisp stillness of old stone and slow time. He moved with reverent purpose, his staff tapping gently against the rock beneath him, steady as a heartbeat. Each step felt heavier, not from fatigue, but from the weight of something unseen, something stirring in the air, as if the land itself were beginning to wake from a long and watchful slumber. It was here, just beyond a fallen outpost of half-collapsed dwarven pillars, that Gandalf paused. A fine mist drifted across the path like a veil, not the ordinary sort brought by rain or snow, but something finer, threads of silver suspended in the air, glimmering faintly in the moonlight. It curled around him as he stepped forward, brushing his robes like the hush of a whispered word. Then, as he passed through the mist, something changed. There was no great sound, no burst of light or trembling of the earth, only the quiet shift of presence, like entering a hall where eyes turned to you, though none could be seen. Before him stretched a narrow canyon, its walls high and smooth, carved by ancient waters now long vanished. Along one side, the rock bore strange markings, not runes nor elvish script, but something older. Curved lines like flowing water, woven together in patterns too fluid for stone, and in the center of the path, almost hidden in shadow, lay a stone tablet, cracked but intact, half buried in the earth. Gandalf knelt beside it. The tablet was dark, almost black, yet flecked with flecks of faint blue light that pulsed like the slow rhythm of breath. It was not carved by chisel, he realized, but shaped, grown into form, as if by the will of the earth itself. Along its surface, a spiral wound outward, curling toward the edge with deliberate grace. As he touched it, A warm pulse rose up through his fingertips. Not heat, but awareness, like the soft press of memory. Then the whispering began, not loud, not spoken, but carried on the air like a song half remembered. It swirled around him in fragments, elvish words mingled with dwarvish tones, phrases older than the languages themselves. His eyes closed gently, and he listened. The deep remembers, the fire sleeps, the gray light watches still. It was not one voice, but many, overlapping, as though the tablet held echoes of all who had passed before it. And with those voices came vision. He saw Moria, not as the dark ruin it would one day become, but as it once was. Grand halls filled with golden light, rivers of silver running beside bridges of stone. He saw dwarves laughing beneath hanging lanterns, music echoing through the chambers. And at the heart of it all, he saw a door. Not the west gate, known to lore, but a deeper passage. A hidden door carved into the roots of the mountain, behind which lay a chamber of stillness and stone. But the vision turned. He saw darkness, a tremble beneath the mountain, a great fire bound in shadow, stirring in sleep, a heart of flame within the stone, pulsing slowly like the beat of an ancient drum. He opened his eyes. The whispers faded, the light dimmed, but the feeling remained. Gandalf stood slowly, staff in hand. The canyon ahead curved into shadow, the path narrowing and descending ever so slightly. He did not speak, but in his heart he knew. He had seen the first breath of something buried. A fragment of memory passed into his keeping. He stepped forward. The canyon opened into a hollow glade, silent but peaceful. At the center, a pool mirrored the sky, still as glass. Around its edges, ancient trees leaned inward, their trunks bent as though in quiet prayer. And beside the pool, nestled in the roots of an old oak, sat a stone bench, barely shaped, but clearly placed by careful hands. He sat there, letting the quiet surround him. From his robes, he drew the raven feather he'd carried, placing it on the bench beside him. It shimmered faintly in the moonlight. Next to it, he laid the small polished stone given to him by a dwarf long ago, a stone said to be from the earliest veins of mithril found in Khazad-Dûm. As they rested side by side, the air changed once more. The pool began to glow, softly, not from moonlight, but from within. Beneath the water, shapes stirred, not fish or shadow, but flickers of light, curling like threads of starlight drifting through the depths. He leaned forward, the lights twisted into patterns, like constellations rearranging themselves into maps. He saw outlines of doors, of chambers, of runes and stairways, and at the center, a spiral, the same spiral from the tablet. The map of Moria, he realized, but not as it was now, as it had once been, or perhaps as it was meant to be again. The light faded. He sat back, heart steady, breath calm. This was no mere relic. He had seen the whisper of the mountain's truth, the fire beneath the stone, the song beneath the silence. And he understood now, Moria was not only a place of darkness and loss, it was also a place of memory, one that waited patiently for someone who could hear its voice, someone who listened, not with power, but with reverence. He stood, the pool stilled, the The glade dimmed, the feather and stone remained where he left them, offerings to the land, tokens of promise. The path led on, winding into shadow once more. But now, Gandalf walked with the first thread of understanding in his hand, not as a weapon, but as a light. He did not know all the answers, but he had heard the call, and he would follow it, softly, steadily, into the deep. The moon was beginning its descent beyond the western peaks, casting a silver hush over the ancient highlands. The air, once crisp with the bite of stone and snow, had softened into a cool breeze that whispered through pine boughs and gently stirred the hem of Gandalf's robe as he climbed the ridge above the glade. His staff made little sound upon the moss-covered stones, and even the stars above seemed to blink more slowly, as if watching in still reverence. He did not speak, not to himself nor to the wind, for the moment was sacred in its silence. Behind him, the echo of the whispers still clung to his senses, not loud, not haunting, but there, like the memory of a lullaby heard in childhood. They had spoken of fire and light, of memory and shadow, and though their voices had long faded into the folds of the mountain air, the meaning pressed gently against his thoughts, waiting to settle. He reached the summit, a small flattened crest overlooking a long stretch of wilderness. Below, the path he had taken twisted through ravines and woods, vanishing into silver mist. Beyond it rose the shadow of the Misty Mountains, stretching far and wide, their roots hiding secrets deeper than even he had touched. There, Gandalf stopped. He turned his gaze westward, not toward danger or purpose, but toward quiet. The sky in that direction was beginning to lighten, not with dawn, but with the slow exhale of night's end. The stars still sparkled, but the blue behind them had softened, blending into the delicate lavender of approaching morning, and just along the horizon, he thought he could see a shimmer, a line where sky and land kissed, distant and ancient. Valinor, he thought, not its form, but the direction of it. The pull that lived in the hearts of the Eldar, a longing not just for a place, but for a knowing, for a peace that surpassed understanding. He sat on a stone, curved and worn by ages, likely placed by the dwarves of old, when they, too, sought to listen to the mountains. He placed his staff beside him and folded his hands over his knees, allowing himself to rest, not from exhaustion, but from reflection. The visions had touched something old within him, not merely knowledge. He was filled with that, but memory, deeper than books, older than words. He had lived through many ages, and though he wore the form of a man, his spirit had passed through the fires of time before ever it came to Middle-earth. And yet, here he was, sitting on the cool stone of a mountain path, humbled not by power, but by the quiet beauty of a hidden song that the land still sang to those who would listen. He let his mind drift. He remembered the first time he'd heard of Khazad-Dûm, not in tales of Balrog or ruin, but in the shimmering halls of Valinor, a whisper among the valor that the children of Allah had carved a kingdom beneath the earth that shimmered with light and laughter. Back then, Moria was not shadow. It was marvel, a testament to craft, to creation, to the heartbeat of the world's stone made beautiful by loving hands. He had longed to see it, not out of curiosity, but reverence, for in those days it was said that even the wind would pause as it passed through Moria's gates, just to hear the harmony of its forging. And now the world had changed. Darkness had taken root in many corners, and Khazad-Dûm had become a name spoken with caution. Yet tonight, Gandalf had glimpsed something more, some secret strand of that original glory, still alive beneath the ash of time, and that was what stirred his heart most of all. He leaned back, letting the night wrap around him like a cloak. The stars continued their gentle shimmer, and he let their light guide his breathing, slow, even, like the sway of a sleeping tree. What was it, he thought, that truly drew him to this path? Not duty alone, nor the threats that grew in shadow. There was something deeper, a pull, the same one that stirred the waters of Lothlorien, that made the leaves whisper secrets in Fangorn, that danced in the flames of Gandalf's own spirit, though he rarely spoke of it. Hope, not the loud kind, not the shout of banners or the blaze of swords, but the quiet, rooted hope, the one that glows softly in the dark and says, "All is not lost." He reached into his robes and drew forth a small pendant, a simple circle of white stone bound in silver thread. It was not magical, not enchanted, but old. A gift given long ago by someone who had seen him not as a wizard, but as a friend. He held it in his palm, feeling the cool weight of it. "I remember," he whispered to no one in particular, "what this land used to be." And perhaps that was enough. It wasn't about changing the world in fire and thunder. It was about remembering, carrying memory forward like a lantern in a storm, so that when the darkness came, as it always did, someone would still be there to light the way back. He stood slowly, his knees creaking softly, and picked up his staff. The path ahead remained, twisting deeper into the mountains, into the mystery that lay beyond. He would follow it, not as a warrior, not even as a guide, but as a listener. For now he knew Moria still had stories to tell, and he would walk gently enough to hear them. The wind stirred again, this time carrying the scent of pine, of old stone warmed by ancient forges, and perhaps, just faintly, the sound of distant singing. Gandalf smiled, his eyes warm beneath the brim of his hat. There was more to see, more to feel, and he would walk not just with wisdom, but with wonder, and that, sleepy fellow, is where we'll pause for now, until the next gentle turn of the path. As dawn's earliest breath touched the eastern skies, the world of Middle-earth yawned in gentle awakening. The shadows cast by the tall stone cliffs softened, curling inward like folds of a slumbering blanket. A fine mist curled along the edges of the pine-strewn path, glowing faintly in the golden touch of morning. Gandalf stepped lightly over moss-draped roots and quiet stones, his staff barely disturbing the ground beneath him. The road he walked was not marked on any map. It was old, forgotten, perhaps even imagined by the forest itself. And yet, the path felt sure beneath his feet, as though shaped by memory rather than time. He had crossed many leagues since that starlit moment of reflection, and though solitude had been his companion through much of it, the forest around him began to stir with signs that he was not entirely alone. High above, birdsong rose in gentle chorus, not the kind that bursts with morning excitement, but soft, rhythmic tones, as if the trees themselves were humming along in agreement. The boughs whispered with the wind, and the earth beneath seemed to warm with each careful step. It was near a bend in the trail, where sunlight spilled through the treetops like honey, that Gandalf paused. The quiet here was different, still, but alert, the kind of silence that carries listening within it. Then came a voice. "Strange to see a gray cloak so deep in the greenwood," said a figure stepping from the shadows of the trees. He was tall and lean, clad in muted greens and browns that blended with the trees themselves. A hood hung back to reveal long, dark hair and a lined face, calm and watchful. A Dunedain ranger, Gandalf knew at once. "I have heard of your kind," the wizard replied, his voice low, "but seldom do I find you before you find me." The ranger gave a faint smile and inclined his head in quiet respect. "We watch the edges of the world where others do not. Khazad-Dûm has stirred." Gandalf met the man's eyes. "You've seen signs?" "Not with the eyes alone," the ranger replied, gently touching the bark of a nearby tree. "But the trees remember. The stones shift in sleep. Something old has begun to wake beneath the mountain. The dwarves whisper of it, though few will admit their fear." Gandalf nodded, the wind lifting a lock of his silvery hair. "I have felt it too, the past pressing forward, like a wave yet to break." They walked for a while, side by side, speaking little. Their steps fell into quiet rhythm, and the ranger shared small things, stories passed between travelers, names of flowers that bloomed only under moonlight, and the movements of creatures unseen by most. Before long, they came upon an ancient stone, half buried in the undergrowth. It bore no script, but spiraled with carvings so old that even Gandalf could not name their origin. "Here," said the ranger, kneeling before it, "some say it marks a resting place of the firstborn. Others, a doorway that never opened." Gandalf placed a palm gently on the stone. It pulsed with quiet warmth, not magical, not dangerous, simply remembered. After a moment, the ranger turned to him again. "I must go no further, Mithrin dear, but you may find what you seek, though it may not be what you expect." With a last nod of farewell, the ranger disappeared into the trees as silently as he had come. Gandalf lingered by the stone, thinking. The encounter had stirred something within him, not urgency, but clarity. He was not the only one listening to the land. Others still held its memory with reverence. He pressed onward, and by late afternoon, the forest gave way to higher ground, rockier, sparser. The air grew cooler, and clouds drifted low, their bellies tinged with pale silver. There, on a slope of wind-brushed heather, he met another companion. This one was no man. It sat atop a large stone, wrapped in what looked like moss and weather-stained cloth, but as it turned its head, two luminous eyes blinked slowly at him. An old creature of the woods, not elf nor dwarf, but something in between, perhaps of the ancient days, when the world was still young and wild, things wandered freely. "You walk softly," the creature said, in a voice like wind through hollow logs, and you smell of memory. Gandalf chuckled lightly, setting down his staff to rest. I carry it with me, more and more it seems. The creature nodded. You go to the stone heart, the place beneath the mountains. There is pain there, but also truth. What truth do you mean? Gandalf asked, not pressing, but inviting. The creature did not answer immediately. It stared into the distance, where thunderclouds began to gather above the crags of the Misty Mountains. You know the truth already, Grey One. You came to remember it. Gandalf watched the clouds with him, the wind tugging at the hem of his cloak. Will I find it still waiting? He asked softly. The creature looked at him again, its eyes ancient and kind. The mountain does not forget, nor do the stars. They shared no more words, and when Gandalf rose to continue, the creature remained, unmoving, watching the wind sweep across the heather as though listening to something long ago whispered. As the wizard descended into the next vale, the path narrowed once more, and the shadows deepened. The air grew damp with the scent of stone and fern, and the sound of rushing water echoed somewhere out of sight. He passed under a natural arch, formed from roots and rock, and felt a familiar sensation, like stepping from one story into another. Though he walked alone, he did not feel it. There had been no battles today, no spells cast or enemies met, but he had received something far rarer, fragments of lore passed not through books or scrolls, but through glances, gestures, and the hush between sentences, pieces of the world's heart offered in quiet trust. As dusk returned to Middle-earth, and the last gold light pooled beneath the trees, Gandalf found a place to rest beside a stream. He knelt, cupped his hands, and sipped the cold, clear water. It tasted of deep roots, of snowmelt and old stone, of time. He sat back, the trickling sound lulling him into thought. Tomorrow, the road would bend again, drawing him nearer to Khazad-Dûm. But tonight, he carried with him the warmth of the fireless camp, the whispered words of forgotten creatures, and the steady, quiet trust that even in shadow, wisdom walked with him. And so the night deepened, sleepy fellow, and the story softened with it. Shall we continue soon, when you're ready to walk the next part of the path? The stars had begun to reveal themselves slowly, like old friends returning to the sky. One by one, they blinked into view, nestled in the velvet darkness above the valley. Their silver glow reached down through the wisp mountain air, bathing the land in a pale, peaceful light. Gandalf had climbed high into a clearing between the ridges where the wind whispered and the earth felt old and still. It was the kind of place where stories liked to sleep, curled into the cracks of ancient stones, waiting for someone to listen. He sat beside a quiet fire, a small one, built more for comfort than warmth, its flames low and dancing with gentle orange hues. The wood cracked softly, and the scent of pine drifted into the air like a lullaby. Across from him sat an elf. Her name was Lalaeth, though few now knew it. She had been wandering the wilds since before the shadow grew in Mordor, long before the dwarves had delved too greedily into the heart of Khazad-Dûm. She had the look of stars in her eyes and moonlight in her voice. They shared no immediate words, only silence, a kind of sacred silence, the kind that listens before it speaks. Then, softly, Gandalf asked, "Have you walked this path before, under stars such as these?" Lilith gave a faint nod. "Once, long ago, before the world had changed. These stars are the same, and yet not. They remember, even when we forget." She reached into the folds of her robe and drew forth a smooth, pale stone. It shimmered faintly in the firelight, etched with runes so delicate they could have been written by moonlight itself. "This," she said, placing it between them, "was given to me by a mariner of the West, one who sailed the straight road and did not return." Gandalf leaned forward, eyes glinting. "From Númenor? From before even that," she whispered, "from the time when elves still walked freely between the shores of Aman and the forests of Beleriand." And so, she told the tale, a tale of a ship carved from the wood of white trees that no longer grew, of sails spun from threads of starlight, and a helm forged in the forges of Olaf himself. She spoke of how the sea once sang, and how the sky opened paths that only the heart could follow. She told of a sailor, Elendil, who had glimpsed Valinor beyond the veil and returned to tell no one, save her. Gandalf listened, his hand cradling his pipe, though he did not smoke it. The fire popped gently, and above them, the stars seemed to hum in rhythm to her voice. When the tale ended, silence returned, but it was a silence filled with presence, not emptiness. "Do you think," Gandalf asked quietly, "that such paths still remain, that a ship might sail again through starlight?" Lilith met his gaze. "Not by sea, perhaps, but in other ways, in stories, in hearts that remember. The road to the west is not always found in water." He smiled, deeply comforted by her words. From the shadows beyond the firelight, another voice joined them. "I once heard a tale," it said, gruff and low, "of a mountain that wept." A dwarf emerged from the gloom. His beard was silver-threaded and braided with care, and his cloak bore the dust of long-forgotten roads. "I am Fundin," he said, bowing low, "of Durin's line." Lilith inclined her head. Gandalf offered a quiet, "Welcome, friend." Fundin lowered himself to a stone and set down a leather pouch filled with herbs. As he warmed his hands by the fire, he began to speak. "The tale was told to me by my grandfather, deep in the forges of Erebor. He said there was a mountain in the east, near the Grey Waste, where the stone would sing if you struck it just right. And on moonless nights, water would rise from the cracks, not from snowmelt or spring, but from the tears of the stone itself." Lilith tilted her head, intrigued. What sorrow did the mountain carry? Fundin looked into the fire. None knew. Some say it was where an ancient dwarf lord fell, betrayed by kin. Others said the mountain remembered the music of the world's making and wept for what had been lost. Gandalf closed his eyes and whispered, "The song of the Ainur." Lilith nodded. The first song, before time began. The three sat together, not as strangers, but as keepers of memory, each holding fragments of a story too vast for one voice alone. The wind stirred softly, the fire flickered, and above them, the stars spun gently in their endless dance. "You know," Fundin said after a time. Khazad-Dûm was not always a place of shadow. My father used to say that when Durin first laid eyes upon the Mirror, he saw the crown of stars upon his head, and the mountain opened to welcome him. Durin's crown, Gandalf murmured. I have seen it once. It is a sight to quiet even the wildest heart. Lalaeth reached out to the stone between them, placing her fingers upon it once more. There is power in remembering, she said. When stories are told under the stars, they do not fade. They take root. They grow. And as if in answer, the fire grew brighter for a breath, sending golden sparks upward like fleeting dreams. Far off in the woods, an owl called gently. The wind carried with it the scent of heather and ancient pine. Somewhere in the hills, the stones listened. Gandalf looked at his companions and smiled, a deep, knowing smile. Then let us keep telling stories, he said. Let us carry them forward, even when the road is steep, even when the darkness presses close. They nodded, and in that quiet circle, beneath the watchful stars of Middle-earth, stories flowed like streams fed by hidden springs, gentle and ancient, deep and healing. And you, sleepy fellow, though you may not have spoken aloud, were there too, listening, dreaming. Rest now, for tomorrow the path to Moria winds closer, and still more must be remembered.